Let's go. Let's see here. Greetings, celestial travelers of the interwebs. Welcome. Welcome to the Flatland BMX stream. It seems pretty ridiculous, huh? But we're doing it. We're going for it. I mean, okay, so I will say there's another reason why I started streaming. See this? Okay, so the one thing is that on Flatland, there was actually, when I first started learning Flatland, there were so many clips that I actually got, and I landed them after trying them for so many attempts. But the thing was is that I wasn't filming it, right? And so like there was like just so many clips, and I'm like, what in the world? Because the thing is that like sometimes some tricks with Flatland, they just like take an absurd amount of time to just land, right? And so you don't have like, well, with this phone right here, I don't have the memory. I have maybe like 30, I think maybe I have like 30 minutes, maybe more now because this is an upgraded one now. But like I don't have the memory to just keep filming. I have to like stop, and then I have to delete the clip and then make storage and stuff like that. So with the live streaming on Twitch, I don't know if you know, but if you get into streaming on Twitch, they actually delete your VODs after 14 days, your videos on demand. But there is a way that you can save your videos forever. And it's a little bit of a hassle, but it also kind of gets you to maybe like overview kind of what you did a little bit. And you have to do it on, I think you have to do it on a computer. But you go onto Twitch, you go click on your profile, it's the video producer, you go to the video producer, I think you have to download it or something like that. And then you have to make a highlight. And the thing about when you make a highlight is that it shrinks it, right? And the thing is that you just have to grab the little ticker thing, and then bring it out all the way to the beginning, and then take that ticker and then bring it all the way out to the beginning. And you can make a highlight of your entire stream. And then you just go and click save, and it saves it forever. I think after like 3 months, the public can't view that highlight anymore, but it still gets saved, and you can see it forever. And then there's ways where you can export it out to other platforms and stuff like that. And I guess another thing is that if you get the app for Twitch, you can go over here and you go to the account. So you go up in here, you click your profile picture, you go to Stream Manager. I don't know if this is even showing, I can't really see. You go to Stream Manager, you click this little this pencil thing up here, and you go down, and then see how it says add stream marker right there. I didn't know this. I streamed for maybe like a year and a half or something. I didn't even know what that thing was until randomly I was like, what is that thing? And I just clicked on it, and I'm like, well, what did it do? It didn't do anything, right? And then, but then the thing is, then when you go onto the video producer, it shows where you did the stream marker. And so it shows you where you can make a highlight if you want, right? So it's pretty cool. And also, so here's the other thing that why I started streaming as well, is that I observed a lot of other athletes, and a lot of them actually film their own process and stuff, even when they're messing up, right? Because when you can start seeing, kind of going back and like seeing, okay, well, I don't really do it that much, but sometimes like if I'm really, really struggling with a trick, the other good thing about Twitch is if you go on the video producer is that they actually have an internal slow-mo thing. So you go and click on the slow-mo, and you can slow-mo it down to like 0.25. It's pretty gnarly, pretty crazy, just like right on the spot. And other platforms, they don't have that feature. You actually have to export it out and then put it into a slow-mo app and all that stuff, right? So I think that's actually another really very big advantage of the Twitch streaming platform at the moment. Especially if you're an athlete or somebody that's doing something, or actually not even ad lib, if you're doing anything really, and you just want to like slow mo something down, just see what you're really doing, right? And just see, okay, I messed up there, I messed that angle up, stuff like that. So I think that's kind of cool, and it's interesting, and I'm actually very curious as to see what streaming is really going to start doing in the future, right? Because especially within maybe even even in the faith aspect, right? I mean, so here's the thing: is I actually used to stream WoW, right? I used to play it, but the thing is, my computer is really bad. I have like a potato for a computer. I don't even know how it even runs WoW, right? But I can barely even stream on it, so nobody would really watch them. And then I started doing the bike riding as like just like let's see if it works. I actually wanted to stream at the skate park, right? So here's actually another reason on top of my injury that I sustained on my knee. But another reason why I'm actually riding so much in here, which I think a lot of people think it's just ridiculous, right? Well, I don't have the right internet to stream outside of my Wi-Fi. I think a lot of people are like that because somebody told me the IRL streamers, they have this weird backpack setup, and I think it's like satellite internet or something, but you have to have some sort of setup, or I don't know, maybe they have it differently now. Maybe you could just buy something on your carrier or whatever, but I don't have that stuff. So maybe in the future, way in the maybe somewhere in the future, maybe I'll try and do that. But I wanted to, when I first started trying to stream the bike riding, I tried to do it at the skate park, and it didn't work. It would stream for like 7 minutes, and then it just cuts off, and I run out of data or something like that. I don't know. Something goes on with it, and just starts lagging out. Wait, let me see if my audio is working, just so I don't end up talking for a good length of time, and then just being like, oh, well, it's just messed up now. I don't want to check the audio, but it's like now I have to because there was one stream where I did a whole Bible study and then it all didn't work out, so just see if it works. My audio is working. Okay. I think it is. I actually need to get the ice water bottle real quick. Oh. That's actually another thing. I don't know what the IRL streamers really do. I'm wondering if their phones overheat because, I mean, maybe they're in climates where they don't overheat, but I guess right now it's kind of burning up everywhere. So another thing is, I think I showed a lot on stream now, but this is how I cool down my phone because this phone does overheat, and I'd look it up. I guess I haven't even looked it up how to cool your phone down if it overheats while you stream or something like that. But how I've done it, and I'm not going to tell you to do it because I don't know, it might even mess up your phone, so don't take my word for salt. But it's been working for me lately, and I just freeze this water bottle, put it on duct tape, and I literally just put it right next to the phone where the phone's like literally right there. So when I'm streaming, what it looks like is that it's like that. There's that, and then here's the camera, right? And then it's like that. Except it doesn't have a case on it, and it's just directly on it. So it's like that, but you can't see the water bottle. That's how somewhat more of the setup. For anyone that's curious on it. Alrighty then. So yeah, I guess since we're talking, since we started this out talking about streaming and stuff, right? I guess I will say right now, if you don't want to listen to like the Bible study devotional thing that I'm going to get into, skip the next 20 minutes, the next 3-4 hours or something like that. It's all going to be bike riding, and but I think it's kind of weird that I'm even doing this. I know I say that a lot, that I'm doing like the Bible study in the beginning. But I think it's kind of good for me in some way. It does make me look deeper into the scriptures, and I feel like it does somewhat. I don't know if it is, but I'd like to think that it's somewhat glorifying the Lord Jesus Christ anyway. There is some verses. I've been, man, for this past like whole year, man. I've been really just stuck in Matthew, man. Because oh yeah, that's what I was gonna get into about the streaming thing, right? So one of the verses actually, I bring up this verse a lot too. But one of the verses that really got me deeper into streaming was actually Matthew 5:16, and I guess we'll read it right now. In the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. So when I reread that verse, I was actually, because you know how there's like some verses and you kind of reread them and you're like, oh, well, dang, that one really hit me for some reason. Or kind of just like, I don't know, like sometimes when you reread a verse, it really just opens a new way of seeing it, right? So what I did is, or what I tend to do, by the way, which I think this would be a good suggestion for anybody, is that when I'm going through any doubts, any questions, any just things of I'm confused about a verse or something like that. Besides going to commentaries, another way, if say you're busy, to do it is to go on YouTube, write down the keyword and put sermon, or put a verse and put sermon at the end, and then a bunch of them will pop up. You can go and listen to them. With the commentaries, sometimes I feel what I felt actually is that with the commentary, sometimes sometimes like life happens and you kind of don't want to just sit there and read, right? And sometimes I feel like people want to just throw something on in their headphones and then just go and multitask, right? And sometimes like commentaries, you kind of have to like sit there and kind of read it out, right? Well, what I ended up doing was I ended up looking up sermons on Matthew 5:16, and I listened to like 10 sermons on it, and just all these like overviews, these Bible studies and stuff on it, and it just like, man, it totally just like, I don't know, something about it. It's weird because like and these were from multiple denominations too, right? But it seemed like they all had the same overview, right? I think that's another tricky thing about like the denominational differences and divisions at the moment, is that it's actually very interesting when, say like some denominations will talk down on other denominations and stuff like that, right? But then I've actually listened to many sermons where I'll look up a verse because I'm just questioning it, or I'm just in some sort of doubt where I don't know what's going on. And I'll look up sermons and then boom, I just go so deep that I'll go into all these different denominations of that one verse, right? And it's kind of interesting after you've done that, and then you kind of like look back and you kind of have an overview and you go, wait a minute, that's very interesting that like all these denominations are kind of, I mean not always, but like there is a general scope of they're getting to the same conclusion, right? And Matthew 5:16. When I looked up sermons on that one, it's a very interesting one. And even now, I know there's some people. I actually haven't listened to too much of like Paul Washer and stuff, but there is I think a sermon came up when I looked up this verse, and I listened to him, and then it was like a sermon from like 11 or 12 years ago, and I think that was even before streaming became a thing. And what was weird is in his sermon, he started talking about like what would happen if Paul himself, right there, right, if he had a camera and he was filming every single believer's life, what would other people think of your faith, or how of how you're trying to I don't know, like glorify God in any way or something like that. And then I think he goes into, I think it was actually a sermon on like fruits or something. I think that's what it was. Like, are you bearing fruit or something like that? But also sometimes they go also into like the Matthew 5:16, right? So and ultimately I think he said something like, well, ultimately God's watching over all of us, right? He's watching us already. So I mean, if anything, we as believers should be shining our lights more than other people, right? And I think what's occurring now, this is my own opinion, I think what's occurring at the moment is that maybe because I've just seen so many people just their hearts just grow cold, man. Like literally, it's really crazy actually. Just totally grow cold. Even a lot of people that grew up in the faith and all that stuff. I mean, now they don't want anything to do with it and all that stuff. And it's just I think what's kind of occurring is actually at the moment. Would it be strange if actually people that didn't need God were actually shining their lights more than believers? Is maybe that's what's occurring. And also it's weird because the Lord Jesus Christ in his own words, I mean, sometimes I take the words of the Lord, when it's actually Jesus Christ saying something in the scriptures. Sometimes I feel like I take those words a bit more weightier than some, because I have heard some controversies of like, someone will bring up something that an apostle said or another disciple, and then it kind of like it's like the whole like keeping your prayers secret kind of thing, right? It's like the whole, well, Jesus says to keep our prayers secret, but then some other apostles say, well, we should be praying with in different facets and stuff like that. And I don't know. It's sometimes you got to look deeper into that kind of stuff. But for me personally, I feel like I do somewhat seem to think about the words of Jesus Christ, and I think there's ways, because he always says them in an interesting like parable. I guess that's the other weird thing, is that out of all of the, I guess like even apostles and disciples and stuff, he was the one to actually kind of like go into the parable aspect of it, right? Which is actually very interesting. And I'm actually kind of wondering, like, because I have heard from many pastors, they go, well, we're supposed to ultimately, maybe not ultimately, but like we're supposed to become like Christ, right? We're supposed to strive to be more like Christ, right? In some degree. Right? Am I the only one that has heard? I mean, I know other believers have heard that, right? Maybe I don't know. I'm gonna have to look. We're gonna have to do a study just on that. But then sometimes I wonder, well, are we supposed to do things in parables too? Like, what is a parable? Like, what is like, I don't know, stuff like that. And I'm kind of like confused that I don't, because you hear like I don't know if I've ever like, well, I have like met believers that did do things in parables, but they weren't like at a church, right? They were kind of more like mysterious believers that I met on the streets, and they like did something very kind of like coincidentally, mysteriously within the faith, right? Whereas like say you go to a church, right, and it's kind of more like up front, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, I'm actually curious, like do your pastors, like, do they put things in parables before the congregation? Like, is that something, if we are told to be more like Christ, are we supposed to ultimately, like, learn how to do parables or something like that too? I don't know. That's something that I haven't really, like, studied or, like, looked up or anything. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's strange to think about, right? Well, I think it's strange. I don't know. Other people doing these things is kind of weird, because it's almost like I am verbally speaking these words that are actually in my own mind. Like, these doubts, these questions that I have, and I write a bunch of questions on the internet. And here's the other weird thing. The other weird thing of why I kind of started doing this like Bible study, not only to somewhat help try to glorify God, but it's because like I would look up sermons, because here, how I said in the beginning, like if you could just look up a sermon on YouTube, and well, there's been a lot of questions that I've had, and I literally put them on there. I put sermon at the end of it. I even Googled it, and I can't find anything on it. I'm like, what in the world? And then I go on these Christian forums and I ask them, don't get any, like I get like 1 or 2 replies, and I'm like, all right, well, I was kind of hoping that I'd find like a giant, like, hour-long sermon or something. But I got like 2 sentences or something. So sometimes it can be kind of confusing like that. But then ultimately, what ends up happening is I have to just end up going back into the Word and then just like searching in it and seeing if I can find anything, right? But yeah. So I guess we're going to do a study on Matthew 5:16. In the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. Now, here's the weird thing about what's in this verse. Jesus does say that we are to shine. Okay, so let's see it. You are the light. You are the light of the world. A city set on the hill cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but put it on a stand, and it gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works. Now we have to underline that word good works, right? Because also, now this is a big controversy, right? A big controversy. I will say our works don't bring us into salvation, right? We cannot work for salvation, right? We cannot, that's with our faith, right? But the thing is that also, now here's kind of the weird parallel of it all. Maybe not parallel, but just just a kind of a controversial kind of thing that I've heard some denominations say this and this and this, and some people say you don't have to do any works, and some people say I don't know. It's confusing sometimes. But then there's also James, and he says let's see if we can find it. But it's in James, and it says faith without works is dead, which is strange, right? So let's see if we can find it. Just so I think if you were listening and you've read the Bible, I think you probably read that verse. See, this is the thing, is it sometimes takes for me a little bit too long to just go in and. I like doing that. I like thinking of a verse and then trying to have to find it, but sometimes it takes a lot longer, right? Because I don't know exactly where it is, so I have to kind of go in and let's see if we can find it. Where is it? James here. Okay, so here it is, yeah. I guess that didn't take too long. I do have it underlined. I guess I don't have it underlined, but I do have it somewhat underlined. So also, faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead. Isn't that weird? So, and that's James 2:17. And then so here's the thing, is that this almost combos into Matthew 5:16. But someone, and this is the next verse underneath it, but someone will say, you have faith, I have works. Show me your faith apart from your works, and I will show you my faith by my works. You believe that God is one, you do well, even the demons believe and shudder. Do you want to be shown, you foolish person, that faith apart from works is useless? It's kind of strange, huh? Well, see, so then we can combo this one back out into Matthew 5:16. Now here, the other thing is that our works don't offer us salvation, right? We cannot get saved. It's not like you can work harder than another believer for being saved, right? Something like that, right? I think that's ultimately what it is. But also what's starting to happen, and it's actually kind of interesting that James brought up demons, because now we're going to go deeper into that as well, that I've kind of looked into as well, that I haven't really heard too many pastors talk about, right? And it all kind of stems from this, right? In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. These are the words of Christ, right? So what's interesting about this right here, that I find interesting, is that Christ literally tells us we are literally supposed to be shining, right? We're supposed to be shining, ultimately, I think, more than most people, right? I mean, these are literally the words of the Lord right here, the Lord Jesus Christ. It's very just interesting, and it really changed my perception of a lot of things, actually. I was like, whoa, that's so strange, because, I think there are, especially in the times that we're living in, I guess there's different seeds of faith that people are at the moment, right? Because I remember when I I kind of like, I grew up in the church, right? You know, I was kind of like, I grew up in the church and all that. I didn't really believe though until later on, right? Until all this crazy stuff happened in my life, and anyway, but so I think that is another thing, is that we also have to take into consideration of where people are at with their seed of faith, right? Because like the parable of the sower, right? The seed is the word, and then some seeds grow, right? They grow up and they turn into trees, right? And it's kind of weird because there's actually that one verse saying, when the seed grows all the way up, like birds will make homes in its nest or something like that. Am I right? Where is that verse? It's somewhere. Darn it. Where is it? Oh yeah, okay, so yeah. It is the smallest of the seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree. So the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches. And that is Matthew 13:32, right after the parable of the sower, right? So I think that's the other thing, is we can't, well, for me, this is my own opinion, but like and my own experience as well, is like we can't like discredit somebody that just has a subtle seed of faith, right? Because it's not like, I feel like it's not like once you get the faith, it's not like you're just going to hit the ground running, you're going to start proclaiming the gospel, boom, all that stuff, right? There's a lot of like, well, that's what happened to me. I was like, I guess I'll kind of do it a little bit, or I'll kind of, like, oh, let's just see what happens, or let's just kind of like experiment with that, right? It's not like you're just going to hit the ground running, boom, I'm going to start proclaiming the gospel, I'm going to start doing all this stuff, right? I don't think it really is like that. It's kind of like it's like a little plant, right? And you gotta like grow, and plants grow really slowly. Well, I think most do. I think most plants grow slowly, right? Especially if you're a tree. Trees grow really slow. So that's another thing that we kind of have to remember as well, right? Because I remember within my own walk in the faith, is that in the beginning, like I didn't even talk about God, right? Like in the beginning, I didn't even talk about God. I didn't even mention God or anything like that. All I would start doing is I would draw an illustration, and I'd like put a little cross or something. Actually, in the beginning, I would start drawing crosses. I just thought they looked cool, right? And I just put them in an illustration because some of my other friends, that were actually in the faith, that was the weird thing. But they'd be like, "Oh, dude, put a cross in there," or something like that. So I'd just draw a little cross, right? And then later on, I was like, "Wait a minute, that's very strange, right?" And then I kind of look back. Actually, if you go on my art Instagram, what's actually very weird is if you go all the way at the bottom and you find the ones that I put a little cross in it, it's actually very interesting because if you were to go on my art Instagram and go all the way back, you actually see where, because I did a lot of those drawings when I didn't even believe, right? I mean, I grew up in the faith, I grew up in the church, right? But like, I didn't fully believe, right? And then there was kind of like there's actually a moment in the progression where actually I started getting more and more faith, and you can actually kind of see the things that started influencing me and putting some subtle seeds of faith in me that are very somewhat unorthodox, I think, if I were to tell people, right? But I think going along with the parable of the sower and the seeds, and how it is the smallest of seeds, like in Matthew 13:32, I think in some strange way, now I may be wrong, so take my word grain of salt, but I do think that God plants subtle seeds of faith in very mundane places. Like even things that I think people won't even think that God would use something, right? Like even in things that like people would be like, oh, well, like even like this card right here, they'd be like, oh, well, how does that even relate to God, right? There's no way that this one little illustration right there would even bring anybody to God, right? Until you read another, you read a verse and go, wait a minute, why do I think of that when I read that verse, right? Like, with this one, with centaurs and stuff, it's kind of weird because like, no, I haven't really. Now this is my own inspiration, and it kind of did help me kind of get deeper into faith in some weird way, but it was because of Psalms 18:33 about He makes my feet like a feet of a deer, and He sets me secure on the heights and stuff like that. And it's just so funny because there's some other, it's actually brought up in other parts of the Old Testament as well. It's like I think it's in Song of Songs or something. I think Solomon says something about the feet of a deer or something like that, and just being related to that. And it's just like, It's very strange. I just think of centaurs and stuff. So it's like it's weird. It's like that little inspiration that kind of keeps my they kind of keep me going in some weird way, right? I don't know. It sounds strange, but sometimes these little inspirations kind of got me deeper into the faith. And you know, even just like I mean, another example that I've already brought up previously in streams is that, like, you know, even like, okay, so I mean, I guess since we're talking about this one, right? Like you know, like the centaurs and stuff. Well, what was weird is that I had my buddy down the street, which he was, for some reason, I've always just known him as a believer. He's always just been a believer ever since I met him. But he got me into this game. It was actually Warcraft 3, actually, you know, which I think yeah, it's strange that we would even play that game, right? But yeah, he was the one that kind of got me into that game, and I always liked playing the Night Elves, right? And I always liked playing the Night Elves. Just something about it. And what was weird about the whole thing, I don't know if it was a seed of faith, but it did grow in me. And now this is a very subtle seed of faith. Now, you know, it's very odd that I'm even talking about it. But I guess as an example, so take my rehearsal. This is what happened to me. So I would always play the Night Elves, and like, you know, it's like an RTS, a real-time strategy game, right? You have to like control the people and go up and make units and stuff like that. Well, there was a tree, the very first unit, when you click on Night Elf, you start the game, boom, the first little unit tree that makes all the units, it's called the Tree of Life, right? And I, you know, when I was playing it, I wasn't a believer. I did not think anything of it, right? I was like, okay, this is cool, you know, oh, this is cool. Like, the graphics looked cool at the time for me. I was like, oh, dude, this is awesome. You know, until later on, and then these things started getting watered by other people. But the unit, so there was also a hero unit, right? And the hero unit that I always used to play was the Keeper of the Grove, right? Now, I guess I'll show you guys what it is. But it was called the Keeper of the Grove. Now, I think if I were to show this to any pastor or anybody, they'd be like, bro, what are you talking about, bro? You need to, like, not be saying anything of... But the thing is that I'm bringing up my own experience of what planted some seeds of faith in me that grew, and it's just... I know it sounds so bizarre, right? It's so bizarre, but it's so weird that happened so many years ago, and yet I still think about it today, right? It's just very, very strange to me. But yeah, it's this. It was actually this unit called the Keeper of the Grove. I think if anybody played Warcraft 3, you'd probably remember. Let me see if I can find the. Okay, yeah. So it's this guy. So it's actually this unit right here. Sounds ridiculous, right? The Keeper of the Grove. Let's see if I can find like another thing of it. Here's another little illustration of it, and then there's another one. There's a bunch of them. Really interesting. There's another one, Keeper of the Grove. But yeah, it was that unit in Warcraft 3 that I used to play. I don't know if it's gonna. But here's the weird thing. Okay, so now I know it sounds completely like you're like, how does that even relate to the faith right? How did that even do anything? Because I think if I were to show that to any believer, they'd be like, bro, you are out there, bro. You don't even know, like, don't even bring that up to other people, right? But here's the weird thing, man. Okay, so I played that game when I wasn't a believer, right? First unit, the first tree unit was called the Tree of Life. I was like, all right, you know. Then the hero unit, right? It's called the Keeper of the Grove, and he has this spell, right? And it's called it's like an area effect spell, right? It's like this green ring. You have a mouse hover. You hover it over a bunch of trees, right? And the trees turn alive, right? And they turn into Trents, right? And they're like these walking tree people. And they're like, you know, and you like can control them and stuff. And you could just make a bunch of these tree people, right? And then I was like, okay, well, that's cool, man. And so I always liked like tree things, right? Like the nature-y tree, like sort of lore stuff, right? And then, okay, and then I started playing that, right? And then like years passed by. I stopped playing the game, right? All that. Years and years and years passed by. Well, I guess I did play WoW a lot. But then, what occurred to me when on all this stuff happened, then I reread the Bible. And I reread the Bible from like front to back, right? It was like the Life Application Bible. It was, I think I read the New Testament like 2 times before I got into reading the entire Bible from like front to back. And it was the Life Application Bible. And when I reread the Bible, there were so many instances where I was like, what in the world? So one instance was the parable of the talking trees. It's in the Old Testament. I think it's in Judges. I might be wrong. I think it's Judges 9 or 9 through 10. But there's a parable in the Old Testament about talking trees, right? And then also, along the things with the tree of life, right? And I was like, what in the world? The tree of life? Wait a minute. And I started remembering, I'm like, wait a minute. Wait, I remember there was like a little thing back like way back then. I remember, oh, wait a minute. It was that unit when I played it. And then also, in WoW I used to play the Night Elves too. It's kind of weird. And then I got deeper into the parable of the trees. And then as we got deeper into it and we got deeper into the New Testament, there's so many aspects of like the parable of the sower, and the word is the seed, and like even in this one, it is the smallest seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches. And then I started getting into like Psalms 1, right? Like Psalms 1, he is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. And there's just so many aspects of just like this kind of like naturey tree stuff, like we are to be like trees and stuff like that. And then it occurred to me, I was like, wait a minute, I remember like that unit of the Trents, because it just started making me think about Trents, right? I'm like, where did that even come from? So I was in Barnes & Noble. I read the whole Life Application Bible in Barnes & Noble. And I looked it up. I was like, where did Trents come from? I literally had the Life Application Bible open. I was like, where did that story even come from, right? Because I had that thought pop up in my head. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just look it up, right? And it was from J.R. Tolkien, right? It was from Lord of the Rings, actually. So Lord of the Rings was the first mentioning of the actual thing called Ents, right? That's Ents or Trents, right? In Lord of the Rings, they're called Ents, but still related to Trents. And I started going deeper. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I remember Lord of the Rings. I think most people have watched it, right? And then I started getting deeper into Lord of the Rings, and at the time too, I started reading some of C.S. Lewis, and I've already kind of overheard. I read some C.S. Lewis. I kind of skimmed through some of his books, and I read some that were saying, J.R. Tolkien helped convert him, right, because he was an atheist and all this stuff. And what's actually very strange, it's actually a little controversial, but I've actually heard a lot of people not in different denominations that actually speak down on certain denominations. And the funny thing is that J.R. Tolkien helped convert C.S. Lewis, anyway, but it's just kind of strange. And then I started getting deeper into it, and then I found out J.R. Tolkien wrote about the Ents, right? He was the one that kind of created it, right? And I don't actually think he's the one that created it. I think it was actually somewhat the Lord was maybe using him or something like that, and and put it in there, and I don't know, but it was just odd. And I'm like, wait a minute. And I started looking up J.R. Tolkien, and he's a firm believer of the faith and stuff like this. And it totally just put me through a strange loop. I was just like, wait a minute, man. How in the world did all this stuff get related somehow? And then some strange way, I don't know how it happened. Well, I do kind of know how it happened, but all these subtle seeds of faith, and that wasn't the only subtle seed of faith. There was many others, right? I met all these interesting believers, all this stuff, and all these things started getting watered, right? When I was younger, and then they ultimately helped influence and grow my faith up, right? And these and it was weird because it was these little seeds, right, of a remembrance or something. and it almost tethered me back to an inspiration, right? Because like it almost tethered me back to like, oh, well, I remember like having fun like that, doing that kind of, and all this stuff, and it just kind of, I don't know, somehow it all just blended together and just started growing, and then it started getting deeper in the lore of the faith and all this stuff like that, and and we got into paladins and all other stuff like that, and very interesting actually. I don't know. I think it's interesting, but that's generally, I don't know, something. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore, really. But what were we even getting into, man? Oh yeah, we're getting into. I got so sidetracked. I guess we're talking about the trees and stuff, right? And wait, we were ultimately into Matthew 5:16, right? Yeah, it was Matthew 5:16. So okay, so I had this one underlined, right, Matthew 5:16, and then right on the next page, right, it's follow, and he said to them, "Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men," right? And so going back to the beginning, that verse always intrigued me. Maybe not always intrigued me. Actually, intrigued me this year a lot, and I started looking that up, right? I went Matthew 4:19 sermon YouTube. Boom! I listened to like 10. Maybe I've even probably listened to like 20 sermons on this one. And what's always strange is that even though the Lord Jesus Christ is talking to Peter and Andrew, his brother, that is the context of it, right? And he tells them to go. We're gonna go. You follow me. I'll make you fishers of men, right? What's weird is that every sermon I listen to and have heard on Matthew 4:19, they're putting it into the context of this is a call for everyone that follows the Lord Jesus Christ, that He will ultimately make us fishers of men, right? And then and then there was some verses that went into like capturing souls, right? There's something about. This is another one I bring. I've actually talked about this stuff many times, but you know what? We're going to talk about it more because I think it's good to cement it into the mind that, So here it is. Here's the tree of life one. So the fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise, right? So ultimately, it's so strange because I think I've never heard a pastor bring this up, right? And whoever captures souls is wise, right? And it reminded me when I reread that proverb, that's Proverbs 11:30. It almost reminded me of what Jesus says, and he said to them, "Follow me and I will make you fishers of men," right? And what's weird is that there's a lot of sermons, I think there's even some commentaries that basically say, we as believers, if we are following Christ, right? Following the Lord Jesus Christ, He ultimately wants us to be fishers of men. And I started looking deeper into it, right? And there's even some commentaries I've read, and now I think I've even literally read them on the stream. But as I'm overviewing as what I've remembered, so take my word here, and so I'm probably butchering so many of the words of their commentaries. Now it's just a hybrid of so many commentaries that I'm basically saying, right? In some ways, I'm wondering if everything we even say is somewhat of a hybrid of everything that we filtered into our brains, right? I think that's ultimately what's going on, right? It's kind of funny. But the thing is that I don't know if it was either my thought or it was a sermon I listened to, or there's just so many things I've read up on Matthew 4:19 that now it's just all intermingled, right? Now it's just all just amalgamous until I reread it or listen to it again. But I think either somebody said it or I kind of thought about it or something, but you think about when I was living in Long Beach, right, there's a lot of fishermen and all that stuff, and just even going fishing a couple months ago, right, we didn't catch anything, but it was just funny. We had all this bait, right, we had all this different type of bait, right, like we thought we had everything, right, had all these things, and we're out there, bro, we're just fishing, man, we're not catching anything, dude, like we're just fishing and fishing and fishing, and what's weird is that there's just so many different types of fish, right? And that just live in the waters, right? There's just so many different types of fish that you need like multiple different types of bait. You need different types of rods. You need different types of nets. You need different types of the weight of the string and all sorts of crazy stuff, right? And I'm wondering if God, now I'm trying to pull this back together into the subtle seeds of faith, right? I'm wondering if those mundane, subtle seeds of faith that people don't even realize God maybe could be using somehow, even though it seems completely bizarre or confusing, like the story I told you about the keeper of the grove and all that stuff. I'm wondering if that ultimately was used as a big net to somewhat even win my soul over, right? So I mean, I don't know. It's maybe. I mean, I think it did. I mean, that's what it seemed like. Sounds strange, but so ultimately, I think this is maybe. I think this is why I feel now. I have had some people say that I shouldn't say this, right? And I don't know what else word to use, right? Because sometimes I feel like I'm just an experiment for God. Sometimes I feel like God is just using me as some sort of like strange, I don't know, just some sort of strange experiment or some sort of. I'm going to stop using it because I've actually had some believers say I need to stop using the word experiment because God doesn't do that or something like that, right? I don't really know though. Or I feel like a strange like prototype or some weird thing. I don't even know what it is. Like I just feel like it's just odd, right? Like it just seems very I don't know. It just doesn't seem very it just seems a little weird at the moment, to be honest, quite frank, but we're trying to go for it, right? Especially with the whole streaming thing, because the thing about the streaming thing is that I'm not like pre-planning these things out. Well, the thing is, I guess that is pre-planned out. Is I'll look up a verse, right, and the commentary that I read, that is pre-planned out because I didn't write that down, right? But me personally, I don't literally write. Okay, I'm gonna say this and this and this and this and this and this. I mean, I guess in some degree, I guess it is kind of like that because I do look at the scriptures, right? But it's not like I have this like set plan. Today I'm going to say this or this or this. I just kind of just go in. I'm just like, all right, well, I'd like to say I'd like to do that. But like, I like the whole improv thing. But sometimes it's actually very hard to do. Sometimes like I've actually noticed that there's days, actually I think even in the beginning, like 4 streams ago, maybe 3 streams ago, there was one where I was like, man, I am not feeling it today. I was not feeling it today, and I'm just like, all right, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. I literally don't know what I'm going to even read. I just picked out a verse, read a commentary, and then boom, I was like, done. I started writing, right? But today, it's very strange because I feel very like, I don't know. I think it's because of some of these verses that I'm talking about. They've really, 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 like even changed my life. Like they've like changed how I perceive the world around me. They've changed how I act. They change how they've made me think about past experiences and how it relates to now. They think about it makes me think about like the faith and the seeds of faith and so many different parables and stuff like that. So I think that's why I'm a little bit more zealous as to talk about this stuff, because it's something that I can equate it in my own life, right? Because there's a relatability in that sense. So I think that's why there's a bit more zeal in my words today, because they've definitely, helped change my own mind in a large degree. But I will say here's another aspect too, right? Because I think there's actually something deeper that I've actually haven't heard people say. Now this is actually something I will say about Matthew 5:16 as we go back into Matthew 5:16, which we started on. In the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven, right? I think ultimately, there's a reason why the Lord Jesus Christ wants us to shine before others. And I think it's because, and now it's kind of weird because now it almost ties into that thing that Paul Washer is talking about like the fruits and stuff, right? And it's kind of weird, almost ties into like James, right? Even the demons believe and shudder, right? Well, and that's what makes me think about the demons now. So the Lord Jesus Christ does mention that there are false prophets and like demons masquerading as believers, right? Even Satan himself, Satan masquerades as an angel of light, right? Seeking to devour people, seeking, and the thing that Jesus says, like, let's bring that up. Where is that verse? wolves in sheep's clothing. He says at the end of this verse, okay, it's Matthew 7:15. You're right by it, actually. Matthew 7:15. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. You will recognize them by their fruits. Are grapes gathered from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? You will recognize them by their fruits, right? Now, see, here's the other. Now, let me go back into James, because I actually want to reread something, because I'm actually curious. I think I found a new combo. What is it? Have I found a new combo? It's actually not funny, because this is actually probably going on right as we speak, unfortunately, but... Where is it? For as the body apart from the spirit is dead, so also faith apart from works is dead. So this one's, I wonder, see, this is the strange thing that James says this. But someone will say, you have faith and I have works. Show me your faith apart from your works, and I will show you my faith by my works. You believe that God is one. You do well. Even the demons believe and shudder. See, this is what actually made me think. This is actually the combo that I've actually thought of today right here. Let me write it down. Not write it down, I'm underline it. But it's weird that James says even the demons believe and shudder, right? He brings that off after he literally says that right after he says, I will show you my faith by my works. You believe that God is one. You do well. Even the demons believe and shudder. That's James 8. That's James 2:18 through to 19. Right? Now here's the weird thing, is that now, you know, the weird thing is that Jesus says, beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. You will recognize them by their fruits. Let's underline that. You will recognize them by their fruits. We are to ultimately see the fruits. And here's the weird thing is, and then see now it almost kind of ties into Jesus wants us to shine before others, because ultimately I think if we were to show our works to other people, that ultimately, I mean, I guess, I mean, here's the weird thing is that it's so strange that there are literally demons and Satan himself literally masquerading as believers right now, right? And it's so strange because I'm wondering, like, in my mind, I find it so perplexing. How could, like, do you think if we were to bring every believer right now, every believer in Christ, right? We go, okay, one of these people is Satan actually masquerading as a believer. Do you think that all these believers would go, oh, well, it was that guy right there, boom, that's Satan right there? Or do you think, how do you think that works out, right? How here's the thing, is that Satan is said to be the most deceiving of all in the garden, right? And stuff like this. And it's just so strange that, like, Satan can do something, like, he can be like a believer, but yet even believers won't even, like, I feel like it would just be so strange that, like, I don't know, just, I'm just completely confused on that as well. I'm like, but then it's so weird because I feel what's occurring right now, that even it goes into the very verse that we're studying right now, and it's we have to keep shining our light forth, right? Because say if you're trying to hide, right, and you're hiding as somewhat of a believer maybe, it almost makes other people want to hide as well, right? And it makes me think that that's actually what Satan would want, right? I think ultimately, actually, I think Satan actually wants you to do the opposite of Matthew 5:16. Satan, I think, wants you not to shine. He wants you to hide, right? Because if you hide, it makes him easier to hide, because he could be like, okay, well, now I can be in the backgrounds and hide too, and just kind of slither my way and kind of like change, and I just feel like that's such a strange aspect, right? I don't know. I'm wondering if there's a correlation with Matthew 5. Now, this is my own combo today. Maybe not my own combo, but the combo, I guess. Combo that I somewhat went into, and they somehow correlate somehow, I think. So Matthew 5:16, then we have Matthew 4:19. If we follow Christ, he will make us fishers of men, right? We're supposed to shine forth our light, and then James goes, well, faith without works is dead. But also we have to remember that our works don't give us salvation. We can't work for our salvation. But also Jesus wants us to show our works, and I think maybe there's a reason why the Lord Jesus Christ wants us to show our works, is because we're supposed to be able to maybe tell like wolves in sheep's clothing, right? And I think maybe what's occurring at this moment, and why maybe so many people are falling away from the faith, is that maybe we just I don't know, maybe there's just maybe there's a lot of people that just we maybe it's just at the point where we can't recognize people's fruits. Because I think that's the other strange thing, is that I've asked many questions on the internet, right? And I've gotten some replies, right? And I've actually gotten some replies, and I literally look back at those replies, and I go, wait a minute, dude, that's like totally like, wait, who is this person, right? And I go in, I'm like, I don't even know who this person is, right? Like, this person, like, literally could have edited this comment and just typed this answer of this question I had of the faith, and just totally edited it out and all this stuff. And yet I don't even know who this person really is, right? So it's kind of strange. I don't know. So, and I've gotten some comments for some questions I've had within the faith, and they've actually they've almost led me astray. Actually, I'm like, wow, that's very weird, and it's just so strange. So you gotta. So I will say, you somewhat have to be careful. You have to if you ask questions on the internet about pertaining with the faith, sometimes you have to take some with a grain of salt, because sometimes you really don't know who's really answering those questions, right? And on the other hand, but now it'd be very strange if those very people. Now imagine this. Sometimes I imagine, what if just every believer just started streaming, right? How crazy would that be? Like, that would just be so. Like, would that be shining the light in front of people? I mean, that'd be so crazy, man. I can't even imagine. But anyway, that was a big, long talk of, I don't even know, so much interesting stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff. And what's weird is I still get confused about the whole, like, wolves in sheep's clothing, right? But we are to recognize them by their fruits, right? But it's just weird, because then, like, I don't know, because it's weird, because I've heard some other believers say, well, that denomination's bad and that denomination's bad. I've even heard some people say that denomination is led by who so-and-so and all this, and they were led astray, and they're wolves in sheep's clothing and all this stuff. And I go, then why are they? It's like, it's just like, how could a wolf in sheep's clothing get to in such a position as that, where they just lead entire flocks astray, right? Like, some of these people that are saying that they're wolves in sheep's clothing, they have entire flocks. Some of them, I think, have like thousands and thousands and thousands of people just totally being led astray. And it's kind of strange, because, like, right before I left Long Beach, I was taking a theology class. Like, it was like this free theology class, and my buddy, I didn't want to do it, but my buddy kind of, like, somewhat dragged me into it. He was like, oh, dude, I'll pick you up. We'll just go there. You don't have to really do anything. I'll just pick you up. We'll go there. And I just remember the last thing before, like, the plague happened, and I had to move back here. uh, the last thing that we were like studying, we were studying we were studying about like the wolves in sheep's clothing and like Satan masquerading, and basically like the teacher was talking about like at times like Satan doesn't really even care about like the unbelievers and all that stuff. Like but what he cares a lot about are like the leaders of the church and stuff like that, because he knows that if you can lead astray a leader of the church, that leader of the church can ultimately just lead entire flocks astray, right? And they won't even know it, right? They don't even know they're getting led astray. That would be the most messed up thing, right? You being led astray and you thinking that you're actually doing something for God, right? But you're actually being led astray in a different ulterior motive, right? It's weird even to say, and I've heard this from many believers. Yeah, I've heard this from many believers, man. Some believers even told me, man, like if you're gonna meet Satan, you're probably gonna meet him at a church. It's very weird, right? I don't even like to say that, but other believers have said that to me, and I'm just like, man, that is a trip, dude. But it's like, I guess it's in scripture, right? Because Satan's gonna come to you, I guess like masquerading as an angel of light, right? Ultimately, what Satan's goal is he want, like the parable of the sower, right? He wants to take the word out of people. He does not want the word to grow in people. So that's basically what he's, the parable of the sower. And anyway, man, today we didn't even look up a commentary. Today was kind of like a day of like, it was kind of like a reflection day, right? It was kind of a day of all the commentaries, all the sermons, and I feel like that's what's, and I will say, please take my words with a grain of salt, because sometimes you have to do your own due diligence, but if I could offer maybe any sort of inspiration, insight, anything, but I will say, if I am saying anything that is confusing, the best thing I think to do is to either look up that verse, look up that chapter, look up the keyword, look up a question, and put sermon at the end of it, and then look up, maybe even try to listen to all of the sermons if you can. And then once you've done that, then get an overview of like what your question was, and then somewhat see if you can get into more answers and stuff like that. But I will say there was some question. I have had many questions I've tried to ask. I'm trying to search up sermons, and I just cannot find a sermon. I can't find an answer to the question. I barely get any answers, and yeah, so that's so yeah, I don't know about that, right? So you got to take that with a grain of salt too. But I think there's also something also to be learned. Oh man, I'm really going in today. It's kind of strange. It's weird. It's like I normally don't talk this much. Maybe it's because I had too much coffee. But the thing is about it too, about the streaming thing, which I didn't like at first. Because the bad thing about streaming is, here's the bad and the good thing about streaming, right? Is that I can say something wrong, right? And that's why I always say, please take my word with a grain of salt, because I don't pre-plan these things out, right? I'm not pre-planning what I'm saying out. So you have to take my word with a grain of salt. But it's also, here's kind of the cool thing about streaming, is that in the scriptures, right, it says like something about from the heart the mouth speaks, or something like that. Let's look that up. Just so I think that's a verse. I'm pretty sure I've heard that many, 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 many times. From the heart the mouth speaks. The mouth speaks. What is that, a proverb? Out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. Oh, it's Luke. Out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. Luke 6:45. So I think ultimately, I think what's interesting about the whole streaming thing is that, especially if you were to do it for multiple consecutive days, right? Because here is the other thing. You can pre-plan things out, right? I could say, okay, I pre-plan things out, all this stuff, but I think if you were to just stream every single day, maybe not every single day, but like, a lot of days consecutively, just like boom, 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 boom. Ultimately, there's going to come a time where you're just gonna have to just start going with the flow, right? You can't. I don't think anybody would have the time to just pre-plan everything out, right? Because you just don't have. I mean, I guess maybe if you're really crazy, someone would do that, but like, I just feel ultimately, if you were starting to like lie or do these things, I think ultimately you would maybe get caught up within the whole. I don't know. Something would happen where your own personality would have to just seep through, right? So I don't know, and I think that's what's cool about streaming. I think that's also a very interesting thing about streaming, is because it is somewhat in real time, and you can't really go back. Because also that is the other interesting thing about like YouTube videos and like Instagram and TikTok, right? A lot of them are edited, right? They're like cut. You know, like you can even tell at times. Sometimes I can tell when I'm watching a YouTube video and they messed up something what they said and they just cut it right there and then they restarted it, right? They're like talking like and they just cut and then it just goes into something else and you see it like in the frame. They like skips, like, so you can tell that they said something and they cut it out because they didn't want it. They messed it up or something, right? And so it's kind of like humiliating also doing it as a real-time thing, because it's like humiliating because like, oh man, I said something wrong. Oh, well, can't go back now. It's like, you know, you just gotta like kind of go with it, kind of roll with it, right? Kind of have to just roll with the punches. But I don't know, it's weird. But I think it's something strange, and it's sometimes I feel like this is why I liked Long Beach, because I feel like that's where my faith really started growing, was in Long Beach, because I met so many mysterious believers in Long Beach where it was like, you know, it was like I met them and we would be kind of like this. It'd be like us talking, and it wasn't like, I don't know, strange. It was very improv-ish with like the word of God and stuff like that. It was very interesting, and it kind of like that's what kind of like influenced why I'm kind of doing this Bible study like this in some degree too. Kind of just more like, not like kind of more improvisationally, but it's not always like that, because a lot of the times, especially today, if you watch my past streams, I already brought up, you know, so there's a lot of days where I actually don't even want to do this, right? But I'll just go up and I'll just like look up a verse, boom, right? And I'm just like, oh, I don't even like, I'll look up a verse, boom, I don't know what to say about that one, right? I don't know what to say about that. And then it's just like, I'll just look up a commentary and then just kind of get an overview, get some new ideas and stuff like that. And then over time, I think if you keep doing that over and over and over, and you just do that, and you just keep just searching the word, right? Because that's ultimately, I think, what we got to do as believers. We got to keep searching the word. And it's, from what I've been told, and I bring this one up a lot too, is that a lot of pastors have told me that this is the well that never runs dry. Like, there's so many, like, this is the well that never runs dry, because it's God's word and it's His, and it's just strange. I can't even believe I'm still doing this at the moment. It's very interesting, actually. Anyway, I guess that was the Bible study today. Oh my goodness, that was a lot of talking, huh? That was almost, I think it was like an hour. That was the Bible study today. Hopefully we covered a lot of topics. A lot of topics I've already talked about. But I think there's some new core. I think if there's anything about today, because here's the thing, is I do say things and I do repeat myself a lot, right? Especially with like Matthew 5:16, all this stuff. I seem to always go back to that one for some reason. But if there's anything that I learned today, or maybe any sort of peering in, was Matthew 5:16, what the Lord Jesus Christ says, and then James about the works, and then also the demons believe and shudder, right? So, I don't know. It kind of makes you think, what kind of works are the demons doing, right? What kind of works is Satan doing? That's an interesting question, right? Anyway, we're going to do a card reading. See some inspiration. I need some good inspiration. Another thing I will say is it's good to have a good visual vocabulary, because I think that's also something what's occurring right now. People's visual vocabularies, because if you get into drawing and like painting and stuff like that, the thing about it is how you get your style is because of your visual vocabulary. Your visual vocabulary is basically, and this isn't just with drawing, this is with biking, this is probably with video games, this is anything that you're even into. How a style gets developed is that a style gets developed from everything that you found interesting, and it somehow gets remembered and stored in your brain in even just a little degree, to the point where you subconsciously just do it, or just be a part of it, or bring something up of it. And if you do that for long enough, all these little things that inspired you all start melding together, and it becomes like your style in art or BMX or something like that. And I think that's another interesting thing, is to think about how people's visual vocabularies are at the moment, especially within the faith and stuff like that too, in some degree. Because I think if I were to ask a lot of people what their visual vocabulary of the faith, it would be like, a lot of stuff about politics, just divisions, like all this like stuff that's very negative and divisive, and just dividing and all this stuff. But then it's like weird, because then like how my visual vocabulary of the faith is, I think of like paladins, I think of like just like trees and trents, and I don't know, that's what I like to think. It keeps me kind of motivated to keep going, to be honest, because I think of like dragons, I think of like knights fighting dragons, I think about lions, I think about lion people. Basically, like, that's the whole thing, and I've brought this up. I keep saying that, I do repeat myself a lot on these things, but it's very interesting, because like this is like 90. This should be 99 cards. I think it's like 95, but like I think it'd be very, very interesting, just to peer in, just to see, like, if I were to see every believer, maybe not every believer, but like just a little snippet of what if you had the entire MTG collection of cards, right? And which I don't, by the way, because that'd just be absurd. But if you had 99 cards, and if I were to kind of like peer in and see what cards would a believer pick, right? Which ones out of all of them, right? Because there's so many different styles and stuff like this. Which ones would they put in their set, right? And I think I have heard that some people say if you were to kind of see what cards people pick, that you can actually kind of tell a lot about a person. You could tell a lot about a person, but here's the other thing, is also you can also tell about a person because some people see how I'm doing this. This is more of like a card draw, right? I like to see the art. It kind of feels like an Easter egg to me. I'm like, oh, which one is this? That's an interesting combo. But then there's some people that play to win, right? If you actually play the game, there's some people that don't even care about the art. They don't even care. All they care about is winning, and they just want the gnarliest things to how to win in that context, right? And if you're a competitive player, that's kind of how it is. It's not really about the art. It's kind of more about the mechanics, and I want to play to win, right? So that's a whole different other level, but other than like a visual vocabulary, right? So, yep. Let's see what we're gonna draw today. Curious. I'm actually really gonna shuffle it today. Let's see here. Really gonna put that one in half, cut that one in the middle, push this one on the side. That's how I shuffle, by the way. Put this one in the middle, put that one up in here. Middle, boom, put it right there, do it in the middle again. This one side, put it in the middle. And I think we should be pretty well shuffled up now. Alright. Oops. Cards just dropped. Let's shuffle it again. Alright, there we go. Do a cut. Boom, 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 boom. Put this one at the top. And whatever cards at the top are the ones that we're going to draw. I'm just really curious what is going to be drawn today. I don't know, and that's what I like about it. What cards are these going to be? I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. Sorry. Move this up a little bit. Okay. Let's go. Okay. First card of the day. Huh. I haven't drawn this card. This is actually one of the new ones that I kind of put in. Well, not new, but like I have had it for a long time, but the Sor-Amatami Seer. The mirrors show two worlds, that which is and that which should be. I think the reason why I put this card in there is I think there is some sort of mentions of seers in the Bible. What is a seer in the Bible? Is it something bad? It might be actually something bad. I think there's something about seers. Seer in the Bible. In summary, a prophet is a teacher of known truth. A seer is a perceiver of hidden truth. A revelator is a bearer of new truth. In the widest sense, the one most commonly used is the title prophet, includes other titles, and makes the prophet a teacher, perceiver, and bearer of truth. What is a seer in the Bible? Got questions. A seer is a person who sees. In the Bible, a seer is another name for a prophet. Samuel 9:9. But more specifically, a seer was a prophet who saw visions, pictures or scenes seen in the mind's eye, in dreams, or even with one's natural eye. God spoke to his people through prophets in different ways, and one way was through visions. Accompanying the ability to see visions, a seer was given insight into what God was saying by these visions. There was a few different Hebrew words translated seer. Roeh, 1 Samuel 9:11, and chozeh, 2 Samuel 24:11, are the two most common. 2 Chronicles 9:29 might differentiate between prophet and seer. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, from the first to last, are they not written in the records of Nathan, the prophet, and in the prophecy of Ahijah, the Shilonite, and in the visions of Iddo, the seer, concerning Joab, the son of Nebat? The distinction is probably that Nathan was God's spokesman in the world. Whether or not he had visions, Iddo was specifically associated with visions. Another prophet, Jeremiah, also operated as a seer. Wow. I didn't know that. Did you know that? Jeremiah was also operated as a seer. Wow. See Jeremiah 1:11 through 13. Notice that God doesn't ask Jeremiah what he feels or thinks, but rather what he sees. After Jeremiah sees the vision, God gives him insight into what the vision meant. Jeremiah 1:14 through 18. The term seer isn't used in the New Testament, but there were still prophets who had visions. Paul had a vision of heaven, 2 Corinthians 12:2, and as did Stephen, Acts 7:5 through 56, and John, Revelation 1:2 through 16. You know, actually, what's really strange is Stephen, that word. So I actually had a buddy that I grew up riding. He actually was on a skateboard, but ever since we were little, we were like 8 years old. His dad would drop us off at the skate park and bowls and stuff like that, and we also used to go to the skate park at the church. And he is such a shredder, man. And actually, Stefan was a believer way before I was. But I remember him taking me to the church. Stefan was a. Now it's weird. I know it's not Stefan right in here, but I mean he has that name, and I just find it a little strange. I don't know. So, seers in the Bible possessed a unique gift as God vividly communicated with and through them. Their faithfulness in writing down what they saw helped to complete the Word of God as we have it today. Dude, that's so gnarly. Look at that. So that was. So I don't know who writes Got Questions, so you got to take this one with a grain of salt as well. But I don't know. It seems like when I write a question down, Got Questions definitely comes up a lot, right? I just don't really know who writes it behind the scenes, but he did bring up a lot of verses and stuff, though. Seer. One who sees. First card of the day. Very interesting. Okay, second card. What is it going to be? This is a very... I think this might be... This actually might be the first time this has ever been drawn on stream, actually. Card's cool. I actually really like the art on that one. Alright. Second card. Orem's Chant. Third card. Hero of Bladehold. Hero of Bladehold. There's a story behind that one. Huh. Noble Panther. Look at that. Noble Panther. Dude, the art on this card is so gnarly. It's like nature versus robot. Dude, that art is so gnarly. Five. Mara Tondris. Six. Holy Mantle. Seven. Knight of Meadowgrain. Ran a little sheep or something. Knight of Meadowgrain. Sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, last card. What is the last card going to be? Huh, wait a minute. There's a flavor text on here. Flavor text on this one says, by tradition, we don't speak for 2 days after battle. If our deeds won't speak for themselves, what else could be said? Okay, last card. Sunblast Angel. And that is the hand of today. Interesting hand, I think. This Noble Panther card, I've only drawn this card maybe 3 times on stream. But I really like the art on it. It just like, it's very different from a lot of art on Magic card, you know, in the MTG cards. Kind of reminds me of the Righteous are as bold as lions. Kind of reminds me of like the Matrix or something. Like the Matrix. And it's actually a very, very interesting card. I really like the art on that one. It's just so weird. Noble Panther. This was done 22 years ago. Man. Dude, it's crazy like looking at the face of that thing. Like look, like the face. It looks, dude, you know what's weird, bro? I actually just watched this thing earlier this week on this thing about AI. You look it up too. There's something on YouTube about AI and sentience of robots now, and they're even putting skin on robots and stuff. There's like human skin or something they're putting on robots, and that's what that reminds me of. Look at that head of that robot. That's weird, huh? And that was the hand today. Put that one up today. Noble Panther. We'll switch it out a little bit. I guess that's what I could do since I have this on the side because I'm not always going to be looking at watching a video. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do too. I need to bring this up a little bit more because I kind of noticed that okay, let's see. I just want to see how this is. I guess we could just do that later. We're gonna go. Okay, so now what we're gonna get into. We're gonna get into. Doing the rest of this. Oh, I already did. Okay. We're gonna get into knee stretches. We're gonna do knee stretches and then knee stretches, the exercises. And then knee stretches, the exercises, and then we're gonna get into checking the PSI and stuff. I think eventually, I mean, maybe even before, if I even, I don't know, if something happens with my knee, I think I want to maybe try and get maybe a better brace or something. Okay, let's do these exercises. Bro, that was an hour and 28 minutes, dude. That's probably the longest one I've done. Like, literally, that was like a long time talking. feel like I'm getting a little bit more. I'm gonna do these like a lot of days. Probably every time I go before I ride. Quad. You hear that pop? I'm wondering what people back in the day, if they tore their ACL back in the day, what did they do? Like, what do animals do? Exercise. You're not gonna turn on your. You're not on it? You turn it on anytime. Okay. Let's do some of these knee quad things. There's something. We need to do these two. Put her arm around. Okay, let me put a video on or something. Let's watch this one. What's Austin doing? What's Austin doing? Seems like he's doing a daily vlog again. Dude, I wish I lived in the city, bro.
Alright.
So this is Austin's point of view, and you can see my point of view today.
July 28th, 2022. Journal entry number 3. Video doc number 3. Some would call it a vlog. I'm trying to make myself feel better about doing these. I tell myself every morning when I'm doing like this entry that it's for my well-being. It's to see if I can fucking do this. Yeah, so it's about 11 o'clock in the morning. These daily entries that I'm editing are, it's incredibly difficult, and it's a challenge that I'm ready to embark on, but I just can't believe I did this in the past. It's pretty crazy. I did it every day for about a year and a half. So yeah, I'm gonna head to the city right now. I had to go help with my friend's restaurant. It's pretty, it's hitting the soul a little bit, going in there and like happening to just help tourists get beers. It is the most succubus thing I can do that's on my mind, going and working for somebody else. And yeah, I haven't done this for a long time, so I'm telling myself, and I guess this is more for my mental sake for this video, that it's for the, it's to get to the next step. So.
It's weird. I'm like just listening to him. I'm not even watching this. Start off with some Swisher stickies today. Swisher barstool stickies.
What up, man?
Oh.
It is 7:30 exactly. I'm just now getting back and able to do an entry for today's video journal. I'm just now realizing that taking on this 5-hour-a-day job has really kind of hindered me from getting stuff done. One thing I learned, I'm going to have to wake up super early to do the things that I need to do, but it's only for the next 2 days, so I think I'm talking to myself here more than I am you viewing it. But saying that, I found myself coming back to the house and immediately going into this idea that I need to go and get content, I need to film, I need to go shoot photos, do something that's going to benefit the channel in this video. It's incredibly easy to fall back into that trap of trying to feed the machine, and I think a lot of people probably fall into this with Instagram and TikTok and all social media platforms, where you feel the need to have to do something to share. And yeah, I found myself easily falling back into that trap where I was going to feed the machine and do something strictly for entertainment purposes. And this is my life, and the reason that I'm doing this isn't for, I mean, it's a little bit of entertainment, but more or less for myself. This is very much a therapy session almost every time I'm doing this. It might sound fucking weird, but it's the truth, and also it's helping me build that back structure in my life. So I guess what I'm trying to say is some of these videos are going to be what it is now, and that's just ending it and getting work done that's going to benefit me and this channel in the long run. Dawn of the Streets, the contest that I announced yesterday, a lot of stuff needs to go down for that. We're launching a zine, we're launching merch to go with it, and I want to be able to share that with you guys and give you access to it because it's really cool what we're creating. But other than that, yeah, this is today's journal entry, and I'm gonna get some work done and start this all over tomorrow. So.
Almost fell on that. Yo, what's up, dude? Sorry, bro. I don't have like a. I guess no. Wait, I do have a. I'll put the chat up too, so let's see it.
This place has coffee ice cubes, so when it melts, it
fun
just...
of how like light my coffee is.
You put too much cream in it.
Like, yeah, I do. It's good.
I don't think anyone was going to take the time to comment about your coffee. They're waiting to see the skating. That's going to happen right about now. I'm honestly
You need
not
to, like,
sure if anyone's grinded this.
Lift it up a little bit
He's
higher.
saying he doesn't think anyone's grinded this yet. I mean, there's no marks up there. You can see where the lines end. So Matthew says he doesn't really want to do it because, quote unquote, he doesn't think it's that cool. It's just a little slash. I mean, he skates way bigger transition, but no one, as far as we know, has done it. So, are you about to selfie?
There we go. This is the place I used to work at.
So well.
Kind of funny.
What? Oh my god. And that was his first run.
I want to do 500 today. I haven't done it in a while.
Falling out of the resi into that little quarter pipe thing is actually kind of gnarly. When you press down to pop, it like digs in. You like sink before you pop. So I've skated on a couple resi ramps, but this one definitely is the most cozy that I've seen. You see like just bouncing into it, just landing on his butt, and feeling totally safe. It's just one of those things where you have to learn how to embrace not running out of stuff. You just gotta land on your butt and take it like a sliding board. Oh, there it was.
Dude, what about hang
Oh my
5
God.
to...
Just gonna do one more
I got it,
three
I got it.
just to get used to the spinning. And that's yeah, get used to the spinning. Ow! Yeah, Matthew! Nice one, be this. Yay! I did it! Matthew, celebrate me! Have you done that before? Good tricks every like 5 months for this lifestyle. Yeah! You know, I have a theory that Nollie Hartford without a nose would be easier. So there's this. Hey, what? Hey. Dude, don't do that. It's my job. Get to work. Hey, try to grind the corner. Grind the corner pipe, and then I'm gonna see how fast he goes on the ground. I grind it. Now watch that. Tough guy.
Oh, I almost did it. I kind of forgot I used to do bar spin to bar spin back pull-up bars.
You got something.
Zach, I'm gonna get some food. Or some water.
What? Keep it going, keep it going. Yes, sir. Let's right here. Whoa. What the heck? Front hurricane's so cool. Check that out. You should do a trick. Good idea. This dude's forums or something? Wow. Wow. Stupid skateboard tricks 101 involves two people. I mean, it was shitty, but we did it. Oh, yes, sir. Get her? Ah, always a man. Best skater. Cool, the no grab, very adult.
I gotta put this up on there.
I don't know you just did, but I filmed it. Oh my god! Wait, did you actually land that? Do one more, right here. Okay. Okay, one more. I get to just reach a different angle. No, I don't care. Okay, I get to film from four completely different angles. How should I film it this time? Comment below how I'm about to blow it. I wonder if you could do this trick. Probably, maybe. Man, how many boogers are on my ass? Jesus. Dude, you can only do that 5 times in a row.
Good.
Because otherwise, if I think it's regular, because it's just like so the same for me, you know?
Fry and enjoy ground paratha fresh taste.
Put them in a coffin. Full spin. Full spin. Spin around.
All right. Oh yeah.
No one wants to see forward flips. They want to see angle variations because they don't want to see anyone get hurt. Slippery scrape challenge. Specific ultra wet. Like the bump to this bagel pad is really good. The only issue is it's just like how wide it is and it's falling off this side. It's just a little like it just messes with my head. It's not that inconvenient, but doing like a 360 flip trick or a 180 trick, a little spooky. Just gotta go roast on that board. Just go roast. I'm golly.
That boy good.
You know it.
Yeah.
Dude, this could just bar you up. Ray's looking sick. Literally looking like we're about to have a series of unfortunate events. Lemony stick it homie right here. Now, let's be honest. Do you care if I talk to this barrel flip? It's Ray doing a barrel flip down and double that. See what happens when I don't talk to it? He doesn't land it. What should I talk about while he does his barrel flip? Something controversial like the Israel Palestine conflict. Honestly, my opinions. It's like a real double set. Like the dimensions are like serious. It's got like a decent length flat. Real three stair. Actually, they're kind of bigger. Of course.
Free Ryan Healy.
Ryan Gilly?
Ryan Healy.
Yeah, that's my brother's name. Yeah. Who's Ryan Healy? That's crazy. That's crazy that you said that. See, that's my brother's name. Oh my god! Are you serious? That was fucking first shot. Oh my god, your phone!
That shit's cracked. That shit's cracked.
How did that not do anything? You filmed that?
Yeah.
You gotta send that to me.
No, 5
my first. I think that might be might have been my first pedal fire hydrant in a decade. I kind of had like a sketchy ride out, but kind of landed it. That's sweet. All right, right here. I'm gonna try. I think I might have a newer combo. I'm gonna do or attempt. What's it called? Pedal fire hydrant to decade track stand switcher sticky. All right, I need to find something I can wedge this thing on my phone. I have to use this. Maybe. Okay, let's see. You need something?
Earlier.
Yeah. Ah, come on. Hesitate. Hesitate. I'm not good at these. Oh. Gotta get like that perfect width. No, I can't do it. Oh, almost did it right there. I'm so close. Dude, no, I just broke my brake pad. Man, I've never snapped my brake pad. I like snap my brake pad. I think it still works though. So hard. I guess it's not that hard, but like, I don't know, for some reason that like a lot of these tricks just aren't consistent. So what about that? Let's try a different combo. Oh, that's unsafe. Delete. Oh, it's in the camera? Sweet. Come on, buddy. Okay, bar spin, mega spin to switch foot, bar guard, briefcase. Oh, that was so close, dude. That was so close. Ah. I don't want to jam my fingers. This one, I think I know I can land. So. Just get it right, man. Oh, come on. I'm getting really sweaty today, I don't know why. Oh, darn. At least I'm starting to get into the first part. There was a while where I couldn't even get into the first part. The bar spin and leg spin. Oh, I slid out. That was crazy. Oh, come on. For some reason this one's kind of weird. You almost have to like get that. I think the secret about this one is you got to get that right carb. If you go too straight, it doesn't. It's hard to counter. It's hard to correct it with your foot, with your leg. You have to like carve into it so you can get in that angle to do the mega spin. Kind of demotivating though. It's like I got so close to landing it. No! What? Ah. Okay, so the thing is that when you have to get the right carb into the gyrator. You have to like get that right carb and the speed, and you kind of like flip it around. I messed it up on that one. I got into it though, so that's cool. In the first part. Oh, come on. Dude, all these lines I'm trying, man. These take forever, bro. Oh, come on, dude. What is this? I've never landed this combo. I literally almost just landed it. I was literally so close. Oh. Those are actually really fun. They probably don't look very fun, but it's definitely a fun trick. Bar spin and mag spin. Yeah, like it's cool because it feels like you're going with the inertia. You know, it's like your bar spin is going with the inertia. And I can't even bunny hop bar spin, so for those people that can do 180 bar spins, I bet you guys would love this trick. I might have to take a little break from this one. Don't know if it's going to be going down anytime soon. I like it too, but... See, that's what happens when you go too straight at it. I've been noticing. That was 9 minutes of not landing it. That first one, I almost literally just landed it. Oh, I looped out. Delete. Delete. Oh, dude, I'm sweating so much. Ah, come on. Yeah, it literally feels like I'm just drooping sweat. Bro, you could just see. It literally looks like I'm just like. I have like a water faucet just leak on my head, bro. That freaking, this line, it got me so sweaty. I don't know why. It's not even that labor intensive. I don't know if it's just hot in here or if it's just. I'm just sweating a lot. I don't know what it is. Let me get a towel. I'll be right back. I'm gonna blow some of this up in here. It's gonna be a little loud. I apologize. Let's go. We're gonna take a little break. We're gonna do some shepherd singing. Where is my ammo? Oh, it's so close. That's weird. Poor connection. We are back with new ammo. You know what I might do. Oh no. I have not hit this target in so long. Who's losing it? I don't know where the ammo went. That was a failed attempt. Mm-hmm. no, I have a blister. It's weird, I've never had a blister on my pinky before. Dude, those cameras are crazy. Oh, I got another combo I want to do. Okay. It's gonna involve the curb again. See what we do. Wally, reverse CT, fakie, half cap, a bublica, reverse CT, to fakie, to the gyrator, bar spin to decade. Maybe not the Wally. The Wally kind of messing me up, but. How did I do it? Wait a minute. I think I went that way, right? Yeah. Yeah. I went. Ah! I don't even know how I did it yesterday. It was like such a spur of the moment kind of thing. Okay. I see how I did it. You really just gotta go with your momentum. Ah. Oh, my brakes are squeaky. You know what I could do? I could do this one. Oh, wait. How do I even do that in here? Oh. Thought it was gonna be way easier.
Only one man left who can move up into the standings and take the lead away from Dave Beaver right now, and it's Matt Hoffman.
That was gnarly. That was insane, bro. That was insane. Dude, that was rowdy. Uh-oh. We gotta fix that. Oh, it's because the airflow's free. Dude, his garage is gnarly. What? I haven't seen that one. Scroll. I need to fix that thing. We need to fix that thing. Wait a minute. Is my stream even working? Let's see here. I don't know if it is. I think my internet's getting a little weirded out. Ugh. Why is this thing? Let's see if I can find something else. Let's try the fire hydrant to decade line again. get the right grip. What's wrong with me? Messing up. I'm not good at this trick. Oh, it's only kind of weird here. Am I not good at this? It should be way easier, right? I'm really close. Actually, I'm not close at all. You know what it is? I'm putting my foot in the wrong place. That's just what's going on. I'm putting my foot in the wrong place. What's wrong with me? Sorry, I'm just trying to. As soon as I can't do it. Very challenging. I think that's what it is. You just gotta get that right angle. So it's right angles, man. That's all it is. But if you just don't get them right, you can't get the torque or leverage. Okay, so pedal, fire hydrant to track stand to no hander to switcher stick B, no hander. Bars for no hander maybe. Ew, I can't. It's like this torque I need to get. I need to put like 10% more in it. I'm not getting that right leverage. That was almost it. Okay. Doesn't seem like it'd be a hard trick, right? But people said this one's easy too. So the hard part is just getting that right. You got to get the right angle to get the leverage so you can do the decking. I'm not really familiar with it that good from the fire hydrant. It's also kind of have to you got to get that right whip. It seems like you got to have that really, really balanced whip, because if your whip's on one side, then your decade's going to be kind of, it's like the pull off from the decade's going to be a little weird. I need to get good at this trick though. I've seen people do this one consecutively. They do it every single try. Boom, boom, boom. Whiplash, fire hydrant decade, fire hydrant decade. I can't even do one right now. Well, I guess I did one earlier, but. No! Darn it, man. That was so close. I actually got into it, but... all that to not land to get into the last trick, man. That's brutal. That first part's hard to get into, man. Yeah, I don't want anything today. Yeah, so close down. Well, let's keep grinding. Sorry if there's no music or video today. I'm trying to get actually like a clip. So. I don't know. Should I do the switch with stick beat? I feel like every time I feel like I've only landed one of the track stand to switch with stick beats. So I don't know if I should do it. But. Wait, get I landed. Wow. I need some food. I'm running out of energy. We're running out of energy. We need more food. Food, food. I had to go eat a lot of food. Hopefully it gives me more energy. I feel like my energy is just going down. I need to eat more. We're gonna go into just like practicing some tricks I'm not good at. We're gonna get into the funky chicken. So I think so right now I'm gonna do some. I'm kind of not even expecting to even land anything. It seems kind of ridiculous, right? Just doing something over and over and over, you're not gonna land it. But this is kind of how I gotta learn it. So I'm gonna just do some funky chicken practice. This one normally defeats me, but I'm gonna practice it at least a little bit every day. And then I'm gonna try and do the Vader hang five, because that one's I've been noticing the Vader to hang five. A lot of people use that to start other combos. So. And there needs to be some more BMX vloggers, right? And watch some Austin Augie. I think there's this guy, Spencer Forsman. We can watch Spencer Forsman. I guess I could listen to it.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to this Riding on the Surface of the Sun channel. Today on the channel, we're at a skate park on the surface of the sun. Could also be Sayreville Skate Park.
Okay, funky chicken time.
A good amount of stuff here.
The trick that is always frustrates me, but we're gonna. Hopefully, I get better at it. It's only a matter of time, right?
This guy's going to a Third Eye Blind and Taking Back Sunday concert. I'm a little jealous somewhat, but you already had the tickets, and I think Maddie is at an aerobics dance lesson or something, right? Something like that. It's just me and BK right now. First thing that caught my eye was this little curved wall ride right here. I'm gonna start the video off trying this out because I really don't want to wait to try it. Looks like it's a lot of fun. So we're gonna get right into the micro curved wall ride session. Here we go. Oh, almost got it.
Dude, this riding is so hard. I don't know how they do it. Why can I do the other riding, but I can't do this one?
We're gonna go for the sit-down note for the curve right now.
I need to see something real quick. I want to see if are they grabbing the seats before they press their brakes? Where are my albums at? It's weird, it almost seems like... Oh, he puts his hand on his seat like right away. Oh, maybe that's where I'm messing up. Okay, so this guy's like almost like putting his hand on his seat before he gets into it. I've been trying to like do the fire hydrant, press my brake, and then like catch the seat.
Got BK in here. BK in the light. I'm not really a street rider, but we'll go a little bit. Up ledge, whip off.
puts it like that and then goes in there.
Okay. Go around without falling off the cliff. Oh, it could be. There we go. I met up with Ricky again. How you doing, Ricky? What's going on, guys? Beautiful manual. Nice. Don't stop. Nice. Wait, he's not done. Ricky's not done. Hey, we'll count it.
Seems like they're
I'm
turning
trying to
it
do my
too.
second crook to bar on this little rail. Little guy right there. Yes. Alright, we got the crook to bar. So now we're gonna try the switch crook to 180. Oh, the 180. No! You were way out of range. Switch crook 180s feels pretty good, man. I think I'm gonna try to be a little greedy and go switch crook to 3 out.
Oh, I still don't know how to do it.
Yes. What's up, guys? Didn't mean to bother you. I just wanted to make sure you guys were subscribed to notifications on. What was it? You are subbed up.
Baby flow in these cars and provide steady morning energy. Velveeta, rise and ride.
Notifications on. Alright. Sorry. I'm gonna try Hurricane's little partial break. Here's a little majestic in the yellow light, riding as if he's a wizard.
I'm almost starting to do it.
Buddy, Hurricane, let's go. He's not done. We're still getting manual. What's he doing? Ooh, rear bar spin. Take a manual. Nice. Ooh. No. It's okay. He remains big and white. He almost reaches brown. Good. That's a really short bank. Nice. Skid away. You know, keep the skids in the grass and off the white jeans. Yeah. What? We got Tyler here. Hello. I don't know where your family's from. So I met your brother in Phoenix.
My family's from here.
Okay, okay. We're at the source now.
Yeah.
Mellow down with. Nice.
Almost trying to get it. Some of those not. I'm kind of starting to get in a circle.
Thanks. I'll take that. That's pretty good, right? Gonna be careful he gets this. Whoa!
I think there's a certain angle you got to get on your bar. Yeah,
Really sun rays right here, guys. So we can beam down with, can actually see them. It's so powerful. With water, definitely. Yeah. I was brave and I just flared on the 3D side. Oh my god. Never doing that again. I'm gonna try to slow down because maybe see my foot. Just gonna try the tapped bar. Nice! First try, let's go. It's a fun one if you guys haven't tried it. Highly recommend for the cassette game. We're gonna move over to the second part of this park. There's a little bowl section here. We are a little tired, but we're gonna not ride this bowl. We're just gonna do some typical bowl rides, something that you probably see. Massive.
See, I always like end up like popping off.
Just skidding, you know, that's what they like to do. That's
Oh, I'm starting to get it. Dude, I think I figured it out. You gotta have your hand on a different spot, like almost at the edge, so you can kind of push it down or something. I don't know, that's what I did. Like that.
Alright, we got Tyler in the pool, paddle, Compton, full face, carbon deep. What's he got in the water? Nice truck. Alright guys, that is gonna be the end of this video. Just a session video, it was a good time. We were the first ones here and somehow we were the last ones here as well. Tyler also made it to the end. Congratulations. Put everyone's Instagrams down in the description if you want to go give them a follow. Leave a like if you enjoyed this video. Consider subscribing to the channel if you are new here and you like the content you saw.
Dude, I think I figured it out.
The channel, you can go to Husky Nation shop and pre-order a shirt if it's up right now. I'm not sure yet.
All the how-tos do not say to put your bar, to shift your hand placement. It's ridiculous, dude. No how-to of the Funky Chicken said that. I've literally tried so many things to do it in a circle. I guess it was so obvious that I didn't even do that one, huh? Dude, Austin has so many videos, it's gnarly. It's just like go chronologically.
New Kingsford charcoal made with real spices. It's flavor.
We're just gonna go chronologically. Just background noise. Because I'm tired of trying to find copyright-free music.
Movement that inspires.
Okay, back to Funky Chicken Grind. I think the other thing is got to push it down like that. Okay, I'm starting to get it now. Finally.
I have the seat up all the way. It feels like I'm gonna fly out the window.
There's like a kind of a weird balance point like that. Starting to do it. So the other weird thing about it is that since you're kind of leaning it down like that, so to turn it, you need to lean your bar down like that. The problem is that you're blind. You can't really see your scuff foot. And the problem was when I was learning it, I needed to see my foot, right? So they don't say that on the how-tos.
Kind of the maple one you brought up? Is there a maple one in there? Oh, okay. Heads up. Sorry.
Almost.
They were closed. Closed for Easter. So, change plans.
Let's get it.
Then you can see. Pick up your shoes. There he is. Look at that smile, dude. I don't know. Just
Probably have like a 16 gigabyte.
Ah, why are you like not? There's it. Trick is hard. To anybody that says the trick is easy, I don't want to. It's hard for me.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. You too. Check. Are we on? Are we live? We're live. We're live. Let's
How do we learn fucky chickens? Did I just watch this one? Is it the same one? Okay, never mind.
Cody.
Alright, here. Funky chicken tail. Right. Oh, it's so scary. Want a bit?
There's that little tractor that went to thunderstorm.
Oh, I almost landed it.
They're a big storm coming.
And it's going to rain actually. I'm actually going to move this. When it rains, I'm actually going to move this blanket so it doesn't get wet.
So I was saying maybe you ought to get some of these plastic.
Yeah, actually, that might be actually good.
You do something tight back at the floor, huh?
You get
There he is.
3 or 4 of them.
What's up, man?
They're only $5.
What's up, bud? I
Cut
love
them
you.
to weeks so it totally blocks up out of the day.
Yeah.
See you, boys.
It's raining right now. kidding me.
Disgusting. Disgusting individual.
That was some line I landed. I've already landed that clip a lot though.
No way, dude.
Nothing there.
No way. No way. Ah!
I can't believe I landed that. Is the line gonna keep going? Oh, my pipe just broke. Oh, I broke my bike. Bro, what happened? I broke my bike. Dude, I think I snapped my spring. Darn it.
So what the honest God's truth? You're just a goddamn dumb old some sketchy individual.
Right up. I actually landed that line. I'm surprised. I gotta go fix my bike now. Why did I mess my bike up? My bike literally broke mid line. I was gonna keep going too.
Yeah, I know I did go to Best Buy. You alright, man?
Yeah, dude. Just give me some massage if I do it late.
Where is that tool?
Oh, yeah. It's very good. It's very good.
Oh, it might be in here actually. There we go. For some reason my brake spring went off the rail. What the heck? What's wrong with this thing? Dude. Get on there.
No way. No
Big shit.
And just something on the floor, like make it look like we got a little flag for it. Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Is this fixed?
It's going so fast with that thing on there, dude.
You should get a photo how pissed off this is.
My kids.
Switch your seat.
There it is. This there? Oh, nice.
Thank you. That's why it's fucking fun. It's like the scariest thing you can do without navigating. You know?
Yeah, right?
It's just going straight. It's fucking sure.
Vader A5 practice.
Thank you so much, man.
It's always hot out there. Wes, it's Taco Tuesday!
Please look at that Morgan. I love the rest down there. It's bomb. Nice. Stoked. Same spot.
This one done? Oh, it is done. Next video. Luckily, Austin has a lot of videos, so there's a lot of content. We just watch.
Yeah. It's like you're having a sexual dream. Swear.
Do some back air training.
Amy, you're great.
Long Beach? Oh, look, my buddy Wes. I dropped him off at Long Beach. That's funny. The mystery of Long Beach.
Nice. Sitting up, sighting them up. Follow Austin Augie on Instagram. Austin Augie? Yep. Right. Peace. Oh, I mean, anytime we go past the port, yeah, we gotta stop at the port. There really is no other option. Look at that bike, though. Dude, I swear to God, we visit Portfolio 4 or 5 times. Look at the clouds, dude. Those aren't big clouds. Those are vape clouds, dude. You know the cops in the fucking building when the vape clouds start rolling out. Oh, you focused, dude. Basically.
Dude, it's raining hard.
Back in the